Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to another lovely Monday, the 22nd of January, 2024. And today, I'm going to be building on the Performium Wild SMP again, as seems to be the tradition now. My routine seems to be Monday, I'm doing the Menger sponge. I guess it's a way to decompress from the weekend, maybe. Or compress for the week. Not sure which. Either way, hello, hi, welcome to the Bouncing Talking Top Hat. It is no longer bitterly cold at my house, and so things are doing a little bit better here. The drain pipes have thawed. I can actually run stuff in the sink. Things are better, I hope. Anyway, let's see here. I have, well, a couple of things I want to talk about today, but before I get into them, first things first, let me say thank you to the people who are able to help support my channel and make it so that I can do the things that I want to do and help provide more things for you guys to do and to have while I am streaming. Oh, by the way, also hi Monkey in chat. But thank you, Elmaze11's Augma Infinium, Sean, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. Hello, Emma, in the other chat. Thank you all for what support you can offer and have offered to make it so that I can be able to do things like multi-stream. Without you guys, I literally would not have been able to do this. So this is fantastic, and I'm so glad to have you guys along for the ride. Hello, Cuddles. Let's see here. Let me hide this. As a quick reminder, I am live on both Twitch and YouTube. If you are watching over on one, go follow / subscribe on the other. In fact, follow and subscribe on both. And like the video, and comment, and subscribe. Anyway, if you would like to help support my channel so that I can do more types of things, maybe expand my game, maybe, I don't know, get Lethal Company or something, I don't know, I would be able to happily expand my library, but the way to support is either through the Streamlabs link below, the Patreon link below, or if you're on YouTube and don't want to do Patreon, you can now do memberships through YouTube itself if you don't want to do something through Patreon. So there's that as well. And over on the top right of the screen, you can see I've got a couple of books published, and there's another one coming soon. You can always buy some books if you want to have something more tangible. And I will say that people who help support at the $10 or $9.99, whatever, if you're on the membership, I guess you get a 1 penny discount. Anyway, if you are supporting at the $10 level, you get a free signed copy of anything that I publish whenever you are supporting. So there's that as well. But let's get into things. Click on this. Click on this. Click, oh, not there. Didn't mean to click there. My slideshow, okay. Multis, there we go, Minecraft. There we go. It has registered. Wait, why didn't it transition? I thought I fixed that. From this to the Minecraft. What? I fixed that. Did something work when I restarted my computer? Let's see here. It spins when I go to the talking head, and then from the talking head, it's fine. I give up. I don't know. Technology. It is technology, Emma. Anyway, let's go to multiplayer. Let's go to, ooh, it's gone up by 33 people since the last time I looked. Performium. And I am inside the infinite Infinite Halo. Infinite Halo. Ah, I see. Hello. Ah, here I am at the lovely hub. I have a hypothesis. I'm going to test it today. I'm going to visit all 3 hubs before I go into my actual project today and see if maybe, just maybe, I can be able to get some of those daily reward things from this guy here, because you always get 1 no matter what, but you should be getting at least 1 additional experience, I think, per minute or something like that, for time played. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that before it expires in an hour and a half. There we go. And then I am on hub 2, so let's go to hub 3. Hey, it's Cuddles! What do you know? Hello, Cuddles! And let's go to hub 1. My experiment is going on the assumption... Wait, weren't you at... Hold on. Oh! Alt. Okay. My hypothesis is that if I activate all 3 hubs, maybe they'll recognize me in the 2 hours and 18 minutes when everything when wild resets for the 12-hour period. That's my hope. I don't know. It's for science. We'll see if it works. Okay. So I've got some chiseled deep slate. I've got plenty of shulkers of chiseled deep slate. Let's go. Home gold. Oh. Home gold road. Because Banish was saying that they had a home that they wanted to get to. And P time at noon. P weather clear. If they haven't gotten there yet, they said about 5,000 blocks out. I wanted to give them an option to teleport to me so they don't have to take the journey themselves. Before I get building, I figure might as well do this. I don't remember this being so clean. Huh. Not just huh, sir huh. 3,100. Okay. Past Lagzilla. Zan was on 3 days ago. Hey, it's Elmaze. Hello. I don't know why I clicked. Let's see here. Is this? No, that's machine tech. Huh. I thought it was another player. There's a player that's notorious for just terrible builds. And they just claim and overclaim and hog claim next to other people. I haven't seen them on in a while though. So they may have given up. Wait. Huh. Alternating. Interesting. And that is violently purple. About 100 blocks to go. And boop. Oh yeah, dead joke. Okay, so let's see here. This is... There we are. TPA here. There you go. You now have regained access to your claim. I'll just wait here. Also, thank you for reminding me, Cuddles. I didn't see a dad joke, and so it completely slipped my mind to summon one myself. Let's see here. It's dad joke. Wait a minute. How do you do the double dad jokes? Are you just entering one command and it's doing both, or are you entering it twice, or what's going on? Anyway, the dad jokes for today, summoned by Little Cuddles. How much does a hipster weigh? And Instagram. Wow, that hit me harder than I had figured it might. And the next one is, a woman is on a trail for beating, or is on a trail. Wow. A woman is on trial for beating her husband to death with a guitar collection. Judge says, first offender? She says, no, first a Gibson, then a Fender. Wow. That's quite the violent dad joke. Out of the ordinary for the dad joke for Dinobot. Hello. I want to bring you over here to surprise our friend. Here you go. So what is this red thing? One. Unless a machine is being shown, it is probably empty. What? Press to change selection. Collect item here. An unlit redstone monstrosity. Mr. Chest. Interesting. Alright, well, as fun as... Oh, David Pugh. The shirtless wonder. Hey, it's another incomplete castle. He's been offline for 59 days. I wonder if his 22,500 block claim is going to go unclaimed. Okay. I do like the false, well, it's not false, it's just mock gate. Can't make it move. I love seeing some of these things from players that have been on or haven't been on for over 100 days. They have these projects that they started, and you gotta wonder where they were going with them. This is another one by Zen the Man. A lot of partial structures by Zan. See the first floor of your build? Why, sure. Hey, it's the Alchemist. Oh, this place. Cake floor. You said hi. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, where did you say hi? Was it on... It wasn't on the Twitch stream. It wasn't on the YouTube stream. And... Oh, up there! Sorry, I missed it. I was looking on all the other spots and I did not actually see you. Say hey, Thorn. Apologies. Anyway, let's go TPA Banish. They have finished the first floor of their castle. I think this is a... No, that's Crimson Arcturus. Never mind. They have the manicured lawn. Oop. That's a lot of armor stands. That's a lot of armor stands. Oh! You're welcome for all the diamonds. Was it last stream or the stream before? I came and visited their mine and I used Super Breaker with my silk pick to dig 2 of their diamond ore, and then I placed it and used my other pick that has Fortune 50 on it, and I was able to turn starting 2 diamond ore into like almost 3 stacks of diamonds. So this seems to be the result. Plus you probably have some of your own because this looks like more than 3 stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's, yeah, half of this. 7, 8, 9. That's a stack. That's a stack. And then these other 8 are probably the remainder. And so all the armor is yours because each set of armor is 24. And I know I didn't give you all those diamonds. But yeah. It is very castle-y. I would recommend you design a banner for your realm and hang the banner from each of these pillars and behind the throne. You shot at me. Did you shoot at me from here? I don't know where you went. Aha! Yes, like I said, there's no such thing as too big of a basement. And up. Neat. Neat, neat, neat. It's a good start. Very bright. All right. Home. Cube. Here we are. Oh, yeah. Okay. No, that's right. I pushed so that I could put in all the torches. Can you come visit the cube? Of course you can come visit the cube. TPA here. LM. And you have reminded me I need to set this area here. Subdivide claims. What is it access trust public? Trust list. Manage build containers. Okay. Access trust public. There, now people can set home here as well. Discount space helm. I like it. Wait, look up. Is that a beacon? Or a glass block? Yeah, that's a beacon. Cool, cool, cool. Here we go. TV. Hey, Almays, why don't you see if you can open that chest behind you? Access trust shouldn't allow for chests. He says no. All right, PB 30. All right, back to work. And actually, I was thinking I might want to mark this off. A little bit so that people know where the set home is. Boop. There we go. It is possible to get ahead of yourself. Yes, it is. You need to have a bounty. Bounty. Oh, actually. Ben. There. Now I can spell the name right. Bounty. You for the secret amount. And now that you have a bounty, you can get a bounty head, or someone else can just, you know, go like this. And give you an unbountied head. Here is the unbountied head, and if you want someone to murderize you and give you your head, I'm sure you can find someone willing to do that. Trade Benny. Oh, wait. No, there. Well, now they can get 2 Give Skull versions. Oh well. I am going to get back to building, because that is what my objective is today. Oh, you got 3 trades. Congratulations. You can make a Banish Wither. Wait, no, this layer is the every other one. All right. Hello, Zachariah. How goes? I am building an obstinately large, offensively large Menger sponge on a public SMP. Largest that you can legitimately fit in a 1.19.4 world. Tier 5, 243 by 243 by 243 Menger sponge. Oh, here's Zachariah. Hello! Well then. I almost asked if you were a bullfrog, but that's Jeremiah, not Zachariah. Oh, speaking of time, which I wasn't out loud, but my brain was. Yeah! Oh, wait, no, that was me. Okay, good. I thought that I clicked on here and it said 2 days ago. I went, ah. Oh. Okay, so in about 4 days, I'm gonna have to start just hovering. It looks like I'm gonna be, let's see here, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are gonna be the 57, 58, 59. So that means all day Friday and Saturday I'm going to have to be at, and or Sunday, whenever it will auto expire, I'm going to have to be trying to be on to catch that when it expires, just in case they forget, because they have not even replied at all. They have not even acknowledged that I sent them a message saying, "Hey, remember that promise you made about, letting me have this tiny little strip of land that you're not actually using anyway, and I will." Here's your sign. I don't have signs on me. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to take the fences at the end of the stream, or whatever, to pass on to Banish. Apologies, Branchy. Oh, you know what? For the border around the set home place on the viewing platform, instead of deep slate, man, I can't aim. Instead of deep slate, I could either go cyan glass, or, and I'm more heavily thinking in this direction, I could go with the tinted glass, because that's a different color than the dark glass. We'll see how that goes. There we go. So, as a result of the events of last week, I have upped my routine from using my exercise book. Thanks, brain. That's the next topic, is books. Anyway, the exercise bike, from 1 day a week to I'm just going to use it every day. And I realized when I started one of my videos, I think yesterday, that there are at least a few dozen other people who have watched the video. And it was just one of my randomly selected ones. And the video was, I made a series called Treadmill Scenery, where it's just me in Minecraft, but the Minecraft map is the Cataclysm World of Warcraft map. And I start at one destination and follow a prescribed route that I practiced many times, and made for each of them about 25-ish minutes walking video of me just not talking, just, enjoying the scenery and walking, not running, just walking from one point to another, following the routes. And it's called treadmill scenery or exercise scenery or whatever, so that you can have something to observe while you are riding your exercise bike or walking on your treadmill. It gives you that sensation of a destination being reached and scenery being walked past. And I looked at the view numbers on it, and it said 61. That means that I am even though it's not like profoundly popular, several people have managed to, at least in part, watch the videos, and it's about 50-ish views per video. So I think that's pretty neat. There's people actually watching those treadmill videos. I made them mostly for me so that I could have, you know, some exercise bike footage for me to just hold on my tablet and let play, so that when the video ends, I would be done cycling. But I couldn't just make it for myself. I had to put it up for everyone. And so there are other people who are hopefully benefiting from that work. That feels good. And what's this? Well, I have 2 Dinobots. You have to have the base Dinobot, but the other is Dinobot Ultra. The Dinobot Ultra is what's responsible for all the other bells and whistles. I just don't know how one command summons 2 dad jokes. Really now? Let's see here. Question mark dad joke. Only got 1 response. But if I go dad joke and I select that one and I hit enter, it only gives 1 dad joke, and I select that one and I hit enter, it only gives 1. I don't know what you guys are doing, how you're... Wait a minute, are you just typing dad joke and not selecting one? Ah, you're not selecting one and so it picks both. I see. That would be really funny if you just type /help. Please don't crowd that Discord with... I shouldn't have been doing that in general. Should have been doing that in bot commands. Also, anyone watching who isn't part of my Discord, link to that is also in the description. Just follow the link and pick a role and you will be able to join the Discord. Lots of lurkers. I have literally over 600 YouTube channels being piped in all day, every day. Whenever any of them post something new, there's new nerdy stuff up for you to watch. I have received $1. That's your donation. Oops. So anyway, in addition to all the other busy work I've been doing lately, I have also been trying to split my time amongst writing and or editing. I edited 3 more pages. I mean, it's better than nothing, but 3 more pages toward getting my Amber book published. But I have also written some fairly substantial-ish scenes from several other, or for several other books and stories. Hopefully, this one that I have recently started called Making Space will flesh out to a full book size. I would like for it to be more than just a novella, if I can muster it, which means I'm going to have to expand the story a bit. I have some things in my pocket for ideas that I have written in other little blurbs that I might be able to incorporate into it and sort of merge some stories together. I think that I can for sure pull off at least a novella. 40,000 words should not be a problem for that story. I have a number of ideas for what to add, and depending on how I want the actual story to go, it will determine which scenes I can incorporate. But Making Space is, as you might imagine, a sci-fi story, and it's set in the far distant future. We've managed to explore the galaxy and other galaxies. We've gotten close to some black holes. We've discovered all kinds of nifty science. And this story is based around some intrigue revolving around some material that is derived from a black hole, and I'm trying to figure out how to merge the characters' storylines together while also making a full a reasonably acceptable semblance of reality kind of story for how people might behave with one another. 2 of the main characters are going to be divorced, and one will not realize that the other is there until they have been around for a while, and I'm being kind of hazy about who is who because I haven't fully finalized which characters are which, but it is a brand new story of mine that I feel if I can come up with just a smidge more of the plot to expand to, has at least a few more feet under it than many of my other stories. So it is slowly being bumped to the top of, or toward the top of my to-do list. But at the very tippy top is Amber, which is coming soon and slowly being edited. And no matter what, I'm publishing it this year. Even if it's 99% happy, I just want to get that published because I have been so apprehensive about it that working on it has caused me a good bit of disquiet. And the reason for that is I had a severe file error that caused, instead of the backup file going wonky, after about 3.5 months of rewriting and editing, the main file got corrupted. And when I relaunched, I couldn't reload from the backup because it creates a new backup every time it launches from the main file that it launches from. And so when it launched, the previous backup file vanished, and that's when I discovered that the main file was bad. And so I lost like so much work that I had to basically start from scratch, and it affected me negatively for a long time, and still to this day, every time I interact with it, I get like nervous and anxious and whatnot. So I want that book done. Not only because I have been working on it for a long time, I think I think 2019 was when I started work on it. But also because it is very close to just being done. I mean, the story is written. I just need to finish all the editing and making sure there's no continuity issues, because I did accidentally leave some in. I have, you know, the last minute busy work stuff to do, and that is going to take a little bit of time, but it is my objective. It is my objective to get that book published this year. And potentially another one. I have another one that is about 60% done, but I feel like I can push through with it, and it is more a collection of short stories than a complete story. But in between all the short stories, there's the telling of an actual main story. And it is about a sort of an eternal being that periodically just decides that to have a little fun, they're going to make some sort of artifact or another and give it to some civilization. And they find a museum where someone has been finding all of these artifacts, or at least several of these artifacts, and is amassing them together in one place. And so they are going around this museum reminiscing, and then they start seeing things that they know for a fact they didn't create. And the entire premise is that this person is just utterly alone as far as being some sort of cosmic entity and unaware that there even could be any others. And so seeing these other objects, they are intrigued and starting to learn about what these other objects do. But there's just this underlying story of, I guess, them finding themselves in the universe. But in so doing, they rediscover some of the stuff that they have made and some of the objects that are also in the museum that are not theirs. And the actual brunt of the book is the telling of the stories of the objects. What am I building? I guess that's SID? Or, wait a minute, that is taller than the S. Is that a pipe? I don't know what your name is meant to be, but what I am building is a Menger sponge. It is a physical representation of a mathematical principle that you take a cube and hollow it out in all three axes, and then what you're left with, are hollow shells of a cube, and then you take those remaining pieces and hollow them out, and you keep doing this in smaller and smaller holes until you are left with what's called a Menger sponge. And I will show you once I'm done with this round what a better view of one looks like. You can actually sort of get an idea. So the hollow part is on the middle of this wall, and then that leaves these parts of the wall. You hollow out their middles, and then their middles, and then their middles, and so on and so forth. I cannot get the entire thing on screen because on this server there is a 4-chunk render limit for everyone. But I can at least come over here. Yeah, this is definitely going to have to be glass. I can come over here so you can get an idea of the size and scope of this build. So imagine this cube here, which you can only see part of, being all around me, and right where I am is going to be the dead center of the hollow space in the middle of the whole thing. And this is all using materials that have been gathered and crafted in survival on this server. Hello, Sacred. For some reason I thought you were Branchy. Hello, how are you? I've made it so that on that central platform you can set home in case you don't have a home set near here. Just in case you're not watching, I shall type the question. Oops. And I suppose I shall also just outright ask, how are you guys, the rest of you, doing? How were your guys' weekends? Trying to stay calm is sometimes tough if you've got anxiety issues. Well, that sounds like a rough weekend, Sacred. How many blocks estimated placed? Let's see here. About 1.4 million total. The entire project will take exactly 3.2 million blocks, precisely on the nose. Not counting torches. There's also torches in the mix so that this place is safe for visitors, but it is 1.4 million placed, and it will end up being 3.2 million blocks. And to predict the next likely question, I am using chiseled deep slate. And the reason why I'm using chiseled deep slate is it sort of looks like it's got a hole through all the axes to make itself be a little tiny Menger sponge. If you're iced in your house, then it's, I guess, a good thing that you don't try to drive anyway, because conditions that ice people into their houses are also not really all that good for driving. And let me just tell you, your job, they look at you as just a replaceable name, so it's never worth risking your life to drive on ice if you think it is too dangerous. So maybe, just maybe, the ice has saved you from having to go somewhere. So roughly where are you that you're iced in? I hear Iowa has gotten a lot of ice-specific storms. So I'm gonna guess potentially around Iowa. I keep forgetting there's a wild elm mace. Oh, work for a casino. What is your function at said casino? Do you work like in the hotel, in the food part? Work on the floor as one of the, they don't call them dealers, handlers? No. What was the term? The term for all of the people who operate. Operators. Oh, you got iced in Oklahoma? Oh, holy cow. Talk about a polar vortex. My goodness. Thankfully, the rain that I've been getting literally all day today has just been rain and not turning into freezing rain, because the temperature has been above or right at freezing-ish, and so the ground is just warm enough to melt it just enough. Tonight, let's see here. I have this tab here. Current weather. Yeah, right now it is above freezing, and it's actually going up. It's going to go up 3 more degrees before morning, or by morning, or whatever. So, thankfully I don't have to worry about ice here today. Recently, 2 different waves of cold snap. That first one was pretty brutal, actually. I am in the St. Louis area. Oops. Thankfully, I'm positioned such that I get the what's called river effect weather, and so my area is in what the locals call the bubble. All the severe storms go north of us, typically. Just north of us. And so when it gets really bad here, oh man, it's so much worse elsewhere in the area. I'm always reminded that it could be worse. I could live north. Even just like half an hour north can be like an extra half a foot of snow, or 10 degrees colder, or whatever. It's quite interesting being in this, quote, bubble area. I know, where's Crocker? That sounds so familiar. Let's see here. I have Crocker map. Zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Zoom out. Oh, I know where that is. That's on the way to Lebanon. Yeah, I know right where that is. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. So, out past Raleigh, I have been to, both in Raleigh and Lebanon, I have been to some small, I guess you'd call them gaming conventions. They're nothing quite like Archon or whatever, but it was more Raleigh area. But I also, out in Crocker, while we were out at these events, we the people that I would do the conventions with, we would also, in order to get our stock, one of the things that we did was we would go to yard sales, and so we planned this route, and Crocker was part of that. We went up north on 28 and then looped around west on 133 and then came down, got to Richland, and then went south back onto Highway 44. And there's not, I mean, there was some, but Fort Leonard Wood was mostly a bust. We got more stuff away from Fort Leonard Wood than we got in Fort Leonard Wood. So Crocker, I'm familiar with the place. I mean, I don't necessarily know anyone there. Yeah, Crocker, okay. So you are generally between me and one of the, let's see if I can find them. You're between me and this player here. This player is in western Missouri. And he got ice. Hello. He got ice, so I'm not surprised that you got iced in either. We call in the St. Louis area, we call the severe weather the I-44 strip. And it's almost guaranteed, if there is any sort of strong weather, it just, for whatever reason, it just follows I-44 from west to east. It just sticks to it like glue. And I have, from my house, I have sat and watched a storm system just percolate and bubble and then go completely north of me. And I could just watch all the lightning and in some cases I could even hear the distant sirens and stuff while I had clear night. It is bizarre how much of a difference the bubble makes. It turns snow into rain. It turns 10 degrees into 30 degrees. It's strange, and it's because of all the big rivers in the area causing this heat and moisture area, plus the fact that it's so close to St. Louis. All those things compound to just make this weather bubble thing, and it's just bizarre. The downside of it is, a lot of the times when everyone around me gets snow, I'm just sitting with rain. Just rain. Can't make many snowmen with rain. One year I made a mud statue just because. Ah, you live near Nowata. Okay. Where was that flea market that I went? Oh, Farmington. So never mind. It's not near you. Not really. But it's good to see another Missourian. Speaking of being a Missourian, are you planning a special day for the next solar eclipse that's going to be going through? It'll be an annular eclipse for us, but it's good enough. It's going to be, we'll have a good view of near totality, at least where I am. I don't know in Rolla area. Rolla might be partial eclipse. That's a 4-hour drive for you? Did I enter the wrong information? Let's see here. Crocker, Missouri. There's no way that's 4.5 hours. Let's see here. Yeah, that's about 45 minutes tops. Oh, wait a minute. Well, then who said Crocker? Oh, you said you had family in Crocker. My bad. I am silly. I apologize. You, that's right. You're in Oklahoma. I got so fixated on the Crocker and excited about being near a viewer that I forgot the beginning of our conversation when you said Oklahoma. I am silly. Oh, I see. I do remember someone from yeah, there we go. Tulsa, Oklahoma area. So that's southish of you. I remember someone from, they were north of Tulsa. I don't know, probably maybe Bartlesville. They considered themselves as being a Nebraskan because they didn't want to admit being in Oklahoma. Also had another person that was on my Discord that was from Oklahoma that I have not heard from for like 3 years, 4 years? Huh. But I think that person lived in the Panhandle. Oklahoma is a weird state. A lot of people say St. Louis is in flyover country, and I guess sort of, but it's a big enough place. But even people in the Midwest consider Oklahoma as just being a place on a map and not an actual visitable, worthwhile destination. So even in flyover country, we consider Oklahoma as flyover country, and I think that's pretty funny. So many people who are in Oklahoma say they wish they weren't. Maybe not as bad as Iowa, or I'm sorry, Ohio, but still. I've heard it described that Oklahoma is a place that people are from. You don't move to Oklahoma, you're from there. Wait, where's... Hold on. Now I'm curious. Yes, but where's this? Doo-doo. Yeah, okay, so it's probably pretty close to you. Well, it's probably considerably closer than anywhere else. Have you ever been to Silver Dollar City? That's the only attraction I can think of that might be near you. And if so, what did you enjoy about it most? For me, it was the excessively unhealthy food. Just everywhere you went, there was a place selling something delicious and not good for you. Still your Dollar City. Well, I mean, what is freely given is never stolen. If the transaction starts with, "Oh, that's so good, give me more," it's not stealing. Ah, yes, the train. One day soon, I intend on going on a train ride. And I guess I've got to do it fast because if I don't, all the trains are going to get replaced by bullet trains, and it's going to be, oh right, I got on the train and oh, I'm at the destination already. Okay, well, fine. There won't be, by the time I'm old and gray, there won't be any of those slow trains. But what I want to do is find one of those nice slow, you know, passenger trains, get a little compartment, get like a couple books, a lot of pens and some paper, and just enjoy a ride. Maybe a rainy train ride or something. Something I've wanted to do for a very long time, but have not had the freedom or time to do so. Just like, I don't know, go get started on the journey on like a Friday or something, and then get back Sunday. Make a weekend of it. Round trip on trains. I think that would be fun. I was just pondering whether or not I would need to go make some chiseled deep slate for today, but I remembered at the beginning of the stream I checked and I've got 2 rows of shulkers, so I don't need to do any crafting today. Huzzah! Oh, in other news, I have tested and confirmed that my video editing software works like a charm on this computer now. So, one of my anxieties that I was having, that I would have to do something else to get my videos edited, has just evaporated recently. No longer worrying about it. I've confirmed that it works in a very funny, memeish way. Hello, Brianna. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I know what that little wrench is. That wrench indicates that, okay, that I did successfully mod you. Alright, cool. I was wondering about that earlier. Oh, there's my alarm that says it's 9 o'clock and I need to think about the cats, except I don't. They are fed, they are watered, they are littered, they are warm enough. sitting on a hard chair. Fold up a blanket or put a pillow, man. What? What the? Sure, I'll take these leads. I think that the wandering trader just went down the hole. Let's not make them land on the lily pad, shall I? Ah! Last minute nudge. Where is the little... I have... It's over here. There we go. Let's get rid of this lily pad. That was most unfortunate. Yeah, cell maze. Up, up, and away. Okay. So I had just done this. I got to here, I did, aha! So the wandering traders can just show up any old where. Neat, neat. What is limit break? Uh, I don't know. According to Google, it's an ability in Final Fantasy. A powerful attack or technique available after some requirement during battle is fulfilled. Oh, PvP, MCMMO. I see. Limit break. Okay. Ah, all right. Axes? Question mark. 2. Skull Splitter 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. What? But none of those mentioned limit break. Limit break, max damage, right there. There's that. Bonus damage would be treated differently. I don't know. That is something that I've never really gotten into, is the PvP aspect of MCMMO. Back when I played factions, I know that I could steal stuff from other players if they had low unarmed or whatever. But beyond that, I don't really know. My knowledge on it, in fact, is so limited that I didn't even remember it was part of MCMMO. Thank you, Elmaze, for pointing that out. There are a lot of the MCMMO aspects for PvP that are disabled on here, including stealing items from other players and whatnot. So I wouldn't be surprised if whatever limit break is doesn't apply on this server anyway. Oh, got a little overzealous. Alright, 3 more rings on this layer. So, interesting thing happened over the weekend. On Friday, we had to go get some work done on the brakes for the car. Very important to make sure you can come to a safe and complete stop, especially in the winter. But instead of them offering the extra service of you know, like I don't know, polishing your headlights or whatever it is that they like to say, since you're getting work done, we also noticed that you could do with a replacement of yada yada yada. So we turned the tables on them, and instead we requested the cabin air filter be changed. And when they went and looked, they said that no one had recommended it be changed. And I said, well, I mean, why don't you go look at it? And he came in, we had been sitting there waiting for the rest of the work, the brake job to get done. And he, the mechanic looked at it and came back to us and said, you were right, and it is, not only is it filled with leaves and gunk, which that's easy enough to blow out, but the filter is supposed to be able to be generally see-through. You should be able to see light through it, and it was so grimy after a decade of use that it was just solid gray all the way through. He was shocked that someone would actually just request the extra work themselves instead of have it. A stack of end rods. I gave you a whole bunch of end rods. Now this is... it's this layer, right? Yes. Speaking of player fault, never forget that the more rank you get, the more player faults you get. At Amethyst rank, the maximum number of player faults is 30. This is correct. I discovered something. Is it only you or is it laggy? Let's see here. It is. Well, you have 4 out of 5 bars. So maybe it was just something going on your end? You just went back up to 5. So anyway, over the weekend, I was playing a game that I have long enjoyed from Steam called Far Sky. And I discovered something. Far Sky is one of the games that I plan on having in one of my series that I'm doing on YouTube. But what I discovered was Far Sky is no longer available for purchase on Steam, and I have no idea why. It's a lovely game. It's like I guess a mild version of Subnautica. And I think it's tremendously fun, but apparently the devs decided it was in their best interest to take it off of the Steam store. If you already own it, you can download it perpetually, but no one else can get it new, which means, unfortunately, when I go to do my series, if anyone wants to play the Far Sky game, they can't. That makes me kind of feel bad, but that isn't going to change my plans for using it in the sequence because it holds a very important place in the storyline. And the world is about to end. Haha, I finished it. All right. So here's the science. I did the visit to all 3 of the hubs. Now, oops. I am in hub 3. I want to go to hub 1. Take a drink. That didn't do it. I still don't understand why I don't get server experience. I even set my email again, just in case that was it. That's not it. I just don't get server experience anymore, which is very frustrating. Because this should be at least a few hundred. Oh well. Take what I can get. Mystery dust. Skywars Solo. Flux minigame. I don't know what most of these are. I mean, I generally know what Hunger Games is. I generally know what Among Us would be. I generally know what the UHC might be. ultra hardcore, and I guess randomizer would be things do random drops. Forgot that was the thing, but I don't know specifically. Like, for instance, Sky Wars. I don't see how that would be a solo game. Weird. And the weapon trainer, I guess weapon trainer is just in, you know, testing how to do weapons. There used to be more. All right, let's see if Wild is back up. It should be. P time at noon. Oh, wait. You know what I forgot to do? I absolutely forgot. Let's see here. Copy. I forgot to do this. Let's go to Candy. I was gonna say, why are there only 4 players on Candy? What's going on? Let's see here. No one else that's on has YouTube or Twitch rank. Unless one of the Diamond Clubs do. That might be. Now, set it to noon, P weather clear. There we go. I forgot to tell people. Before I started my stream, I popped a message into the Performium Discord general chat that I was about to stream. But, I am unaware if anyone even reads those messages. On the Performium forums, I did notice that a player has joined the ranks of the streaming content creators, and they posted that they were going live. So that's nice. Someone else discovered the forums. I'm no longer alone on there. I also recently posted myself that I have expanded to Twitch. I did it again. There. So I think after today's stream, I'm going to be working on finalizing the paperwork for the Refugee to Regent Challenge before posting it on its own channel. I do still need to hammer out the details for the stockpiles. And I'm thinking that in order to make everything cohesive, I'm going to have to expand and include the stockpiles to involve the materials that you get access to in each of the stages, and then just push for minimum stock levels of each of those materials as you move along. So for instance, obviously when you're on the dirt stage, it doesn't matter to you anything about the redstone dust, but when you're finally in the redstone stage, it should start being important to collect, if not before then. I think during the gold stage, you actually start collecting everything all the way down to bedrock anyway. So maybe I should start all the gems and stuff in the gold stage, but then the iron stuff actually needs to be in the iron stage for sure. I'll have to think about it. Because I want it to make sense. I want there to be actual work put into having a minimum stock level so that you can go, alright, in the future levels, I don't want to have to go looking for as much. Now, that is one thing. The stock levels don't say that throughout the course of your challenge, you have to maintain that level of inventory. Like it just says, on such and such stage, have this many items. And then eventually it just stops getting mentioned whatsoever. I still feel like it would make sense to enforce keeping a minimum stock level, but when you end a stage with a minimum stock level of items that you're going to be using, you can have part of that stage be less work up front getting your materials, and then just use what you've already gathered, and then at the end, before you move on to the next stage, you restock. And I think that is an actual good system anyway, but it also allows you to be able to partway through be like, I don't feel like building today, I'm just going to gather a minimum stock level of this, and while I'm doing that, I'll gather more of this and this and these, and then you can use digging days to round out your inventory while still making progress toward the challenge. So it's not just all building all the time. I mean, you have to get the materials anyway, so. I think it fits better to just maintain a stock level throughout the series. Excuse me. see here. This comes to here. Trying to also decide what I want to be streaming tomorrow. Because obviously I have I can do wait a minute. Thought something looked wrong. I can do Skyrim, I can do Minecraft. I can maybe do some other filler game that I have not played in a while. But I do need to work on stuff regarding both the Skyrim and the Minecraft series, and it is easier for me to get things done busy work-wise when I am streaming the task. So I think I'm just gonna have to pick one of those two. Oh, hello. Cinnamon Swirls, thank you for the follow. I'm going to have to just pick one of those two, probably just flip a coin, and work on one or the other. I think that the writing of the code for the randomization for either the Skyrim or setting up the code for the challenge is honestly something that I would do well to stream in addition to the other stuff that I'm doing. That way I can force myself to get that done as well. But I don't think, well, I mean, for the Skyrim one, I could justify working on the code writing. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe that's what I'll work on, is streaming the character randomizer for Skyrim. Oh, that's one thing that I have to decide on. When it comes to randomizing the character stats for the Skyrim characters, I can either just go full out random, or I can have it randomly select some baseline stuff and then maybe pick the scrolls that are fitting, and then the ones that are irrelevant, it can just randomly select from those. But I feel like it would be more interesting to have a character that, for instance, from a young age knew how to do conjuring, and then suddenly they converted. They still know how to conjure, but their new deity has forbid them from doing conjuring, and so they have to do something else. I think that might be actually a bit more fun to play, or at least to role play, by having it full on random. But I do know that the pool of deities that can be followed. Some of them actually are limited by race. All the Red Guard ones are Red Guard only. All the Khajiit ones, Khajiit only. The Hist is Argonian only, but I think Sithis can be anyone. I think Sithis can be anyone. I'll have to look again. But I need to hammer out all those details so that I can actually make a functioning character randomizer for when it just workn't. Also, let's see here. Oops. Oh, the crowd control thing. When I was looking at it, it seemed to imply that that was one of the things that required to have bits active. So one of the thoughts that I was having about for during the series, I don't think I can do until I get 50 followers. 50 followers and 5 people chatting at the same time on Twitch. So that's going to be kind of shelved until I cross that threshold. But the crowd control looks kind of interesting. There's definitely apparently more functionality than what the video that I was watching about it entails, because it's an older video and people were saying that new things have been added since. So there's a little bit more research I need to do on it, but a lot of those things for Twitch are kind of on hold until I can activate bits, unfortunately. Alright, that's that layer done. Next layer. Now this is just this thing here. But as far as the Refugee to Regent busy work is concerned, apart from the stockpiles information, I will be setting up the baseline information in a much more wiki arrangement than I have it now. I'm going to have to make a page that is just for me, for the rules that I'm going to be, or for the stages for each part that I'm going to be doing for just my own challenge. And then I'm going to have to also make a page for the standardized rules. And I think it's probably going to be better for me to focus on setting up the standardized rules first. That way I know as I'm going through whether or not there's something that I'm missing. I think that would be the best course of action. I do still need to sit down and come up with a bunch of community buildings and also rooms for estates and dwellings. I was thinking one of the rooms that I could include, people with yards can have a shed. Nowhere has there been a shed mentioned. I could include something like a garage, but it's not like there are vehicles. But there are still tons of rooms and tons of buildings that I need to add to the list. Like for instance, for estates, one of the ones that popped up over the weekend, I think, was wine cellar. I forgot wine cellar was a thing, so we have to add it to a list. There are, I think, fewer than 30 entries on the list of not residential, of commercial buildings, and I want to actually set up a large pool of random selection options for people who just don't know what to build. They can just follow the suggestion given by the generator and then just go from there. Also, I was thinking about having a slider for difficulty from 1 to 10, but I'm just going to be limiting it to just be effectively 1, 2, and 3, fast track, normal, and hardcore. But I do want to have some difficulty scaling for people who want to do the challenge but don't want to do, you know, something crazy like me with the 10,000 population. Most people seem to really start getting exhausted after about the first 500 or 1,000 structures they've built in the challenge, and burnout happens fast. So I want to give options for people to have less having to think about what to do and more freedom for their creativity to just go, all right, well, I need to build I don't know, a bakery. And then just, instead of trying to come up with what to build, now they know that they are building a bakery and they can just go, all right, I want to build a bakery. I can either go from a guide, or I can come up with my own, or I can build one based on a real place that I know of, or whatever. I want the challenge to be way more accessible than it has been over the years. And so that's part of why I'm doing all this front end work. Oops, oops. I've gone silent. I apologize. I'm trying to think of things to add to the challenge, and by doing so, I've stopped talking. Apologies. So, let's see here. Oh, that's another thing that I wanted to do, and I might get this set up sort of after this stream. But I want to have sort of a generalized roadmap of realistically, at the pace that I'm doing the Menger sponge, how long it's going to take me to finish it, with or without any help. So what I'm going to have to do is get an estimate of how many blocks are placed, and then figure out how many I go through in, say, a given stream, and figure out how many streams it's going to be until this is done if I'm the only one working on it. That might help me to decide if I'm going to have this done by June 30th, for instance, then I need to stream maybe twice a week, or go for an extra hour per stream, or whatever. Because we've gotten about 1.4 million done. The whole project is about exactly 3.2 million. And I don't know how many shulkers worth that I actually do in a given stream, but if it's 10, then that means that I do about 17,000 blocks per stream. If I go 3,200,000 minus 1,400,000 equals, and then divide that by 17,000, that means I need to do 105 streams. If that was one stream per week, then that's 2 years of streams at the regular human rate. And so even if I go 2 days a week, that's still a year out. It's nearly the end of January. So that means I only have like 5 months if I want to get it done by June 30th. So that means I would need to do 4 times as much work. That's assuming I'm the only one building. Cuddles has been helping a lot. So that if I can assume that Cuddles is getting as much work done as I am, then that means that instead of a year's or 2 years worth of building, then that's only 1 year's worth of building for both of us. And then if we double our pace, if we do 2 days a week, then we could feasibly, if we're both working, we could get this done pretty close to being right at June 30th. I'm glad I whipped out the calculator. Where? Here's the start point. So I finished to there. Aha! There's the wall. And that's assuming that I get 10 shulkers done in a stream. I may get less than that. Which means I might have to either extend my stream by maybe an hour or so, or also work on this off camera. And that might be the actual solution, is to just work on this off camera as well as during streams. That way I can hang out and voice while I'm working, listen to movies and stuff playing in the background. That might be the way to go. You fell into a hole that goes down to bedrock. Like near your base? Are you saying a hole or a cave? Because I have found some caves that go from the surface. You follow them all the way down to the twisty, winding route, and you end up touching bedrock. And that's just amazing. So just a hole. Okay. That's great. Now, when I imagine hole, I imagine like a 1x1 hole. Are you talking about someone dug out a pit down to bedrock? Or is it just a single hole that just goes from the ground to bedrock? I don't know which that yup was for. You pulled a me. When given multiple choice, I say yes. Or no, depending on how I'm feeling at the time. Is it A or B? Yes. Ah, first one. A. Arthur Fonzarelli. A. Well, that reminds me. I need to be working on amassing weapons for my Fallout Shelter questing characters, because I have a number of quests that require certain minimum weaponry, and I don't necessarily have all of them enough to give my questers the items needed so that they can all go as a group on the quests. Nice! I stopped pushing for MC Top. I should probably get back to that. But I've been spending all this time building. I don't get any levels for building. This isn't the jobs plugin, unfortunately. Tell you, that jobs plugin is a great one for just earning money hand over fist. I saw that adjustment. Gonna make experimental coleslaw. Oh no. Murphy's Law is that if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. But do you know what coleslaw is? Thinly sliced cabbage. Yeah, it shows you're still on, Cuddles. Cuddles the magical beastie. Can be both online and offline simultaneously. Maybe log on to a completely different server. So like, log on to, I don't know if you have Windcraft or something like that. Some other Minecraft that is a separate public server, and then try to relog back in. That usually fixes if I'm in a timeout loop. And I say Windcraft because it's technically not really Minecraft per se. That made you leave. You are officially... Wait, no, you haven't left. You just went AFK. Technology. Yeah, it didn't kick you when I did that. I don't know. Magical sciencey things. Still timing you out after rebooting. Okay. Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. I still would suggest going to like Windcraft or something. I will send you the link for that. There we go. That way you have a completely separate one. Because I bet that you joining the refuge internally, it won't jog your public token. Hey! She's finally off the game. Since the temperature has been going up all night, and in fact, let's see here. By the time I'm done with my stream, it should be about 35. I think I can actually risk running the water in the kitchen without the drain freezing. Because it's not like it's going to be holding on to the frozen temperature. It's drafty under the house. So I think after I'm done streaming today, I might be able to clear out enough of the accumulated dishes that have been waiting for the drains to melt for me to be able to get cooking again. That'll be nice. I have been largely living off of like chicken nuggets and quesadillas and soup and whatnot, but I'm going to hopefully be able to get some food of some sort cooked tonight. I have a message. Aha. All right. Let's see here. 2 hours and 45 minutes. I betcha that right about this time, when this goes to VOD, it's going to complain. Because I think this is one of the tracks that frequently gets complained at. The problem with it on the VODs is I won't be keeping the VODs for more than a week, and so it doesn't do me any good to contest them. But what I am going to be doing is trying to find music that is attribution free just everywhere, no matter what. And just in the description, I'm still going to mention that all music is attribution free, or part of the games I'm playing, or whatever. It is very frustrating that when I'm playing a game, I have to worry about whether or not I can have the music playing. It's very frustrating. All right, so the torches are in 4 levels. Okay. This is the next chunk up. I can tell because blocks are vanishing. I have definitely made some height off of that. Man. Progress, baby. Let me go get the paste. Well, that's something I need to think about. I need to watch other people's streams and get a good idea for the prices they are setting for the different stuff. Like the dares and the little gimmicky things that you spend the bits and whatnot on. For someone who spent about a decade of their life pricing things for rapid sale for like eBay and Amazon, and for putting things in storefronts with reasonable pricing so that stuff flies out the door more quickly. I don't know the acceptable social value of a shout out or the appropriate cost for like the ask a question thing or whatever. I need to start taking notes on what values people are putting on these things. Because what I need to do is get a list of the things that I'm including, and I guess put them maybe in the top left. There's some unused real estate in the top left. Tempted though I might be to put in a jump scare thing until I get my stress levels hammered out and my blood pressure figured out. I'm not too keen to have a stroke live. Similarly, doing multiplayer stuff, especially stuff that deliberately or accidentally might entail any form of PvP, I will probably be refraining from that for now. We'll see how March goes. Right over your head. There is one jumbo project that I was going to try to figure out if I could do. The person who made the original Minecraft map that was the layered World of Warcraft. It was done back in like 1.11. And so there has been a change in the world height options since then. And let's see here. Some of the structures that are on that world cross the boundaries between the layers, because the way it works is say each of these islands of braised deep slate is a part of the terrain, and it has a top and a bottom. This would be the world height, that would be the world depth. What it does is, as you're exploring through the map, when you get down to here, it teleports you to the appropriate relative location here, and then you can work your way down, and then when you get down here, it teleports you over to that one. And so the entire world is actually separated into height sections, and that's how you traverse. And then when you do this boundary cross, the whole world flashes, and it's a little jarring. But there are a lot of interesting structures that cross the boundaries between the different layers, and I might try to rescue some of them and build them, maybe not on here, but definitely somewhere. Another thing is the person who did it was the Cataclysm map. They had to use some sort of software to render it. I don't know what. I don't know how they got the data, but it had to pull from somewhere. And the game has progressed since then. So their map was Cataclysm. And I don't even think it includes all of Cataclysm. I know it doesn't. It doesn't include the underwater area. It doesn't include the elemental, like the big geode underground thing. I don't know why. Maybe they ran out of time or something. Who knows? But because it doesn't include them, even with the Cataclysm stuff, there's a lot missing. And I wouldn't mind giving my hand at trying to make a more updated version of that map. Not only make it have more recent game world stuff, but also try to figure out how to set up the world for the new world height. Because now the world's basically double as tall as it used to be, and so you can stack things a lot better. You wouldn't need to spread the world out as far, but obviously it would have its own little troubles. But I think that it would be something reasonably doable. Obviously they didn't do it by hand. They used what was structure blocks or something like that. Yeah, they're called structure blocks to do a lot of the heavy lifting. But I don't know how. I don't know how they extracted the information from World of Warcraft to actually make the map. I don't know even the foggiest idea how they did it. But if I could figure that out, that's definitely something that I would like to try to do. Because I enjoyed it, and importantly to me, if it's a playable map, then I think it would be neat to, you know, try to do survival in World of Warcraft. Or better yet, see if I can modernize it and set it up for multiplayer and let people explore around on it. Make it maybe part of the future Patreon server or something. I could even set up waypoints so that people could fast travel where there are appropriate fast travel locations. Flight paths don't work easily. I do know that. And that's because when you're making that transition of like 30,000 blocks or whatever to teleport to the next height map, any of the flying mount plugins or mods or whatever that I have tried, all of them that I've tried, fail to successfully do a teleport during any part of their journey. So if you have a flight path that takes you from here and you go up a hill and you go this way up, then that puts you over here. That teleport from here to here, it doesn't work. So it would have to all be like warp signs and teleport commands and stuff like that. But I think I could make it pretty fun. And equally important with the world already built, I could very easily set up quests. But I don't really want to pursue that unless I can modernize it. However, I guess it largely doesn't matter, because over time the Minecraft version is just going to keep going up and up and up anyway, and I won't be able to keep up with that no matter what. So I wouldn't have to worry about it always being the best, but I would like to see if maybe I can at least modernize it to the new height map. But that's going to require me to look into how they did their plugins for the world setup. I'm going to have to... Well, I'm going to have to definitely do a lot of world editing. Like a terrifying amount. Because, for instance, Undercity, one of the builds that I'm working on here, it has a transition point halfway down the drop tunnel that leads from Lordaeron down to Undercity. That's where the transition point just happens to be. And when you cross that threshold, the blocks are a little bit different from one to the other. And so even just in that single structure, there is a bit of discrepancy. So getting it set up for the new world height is going to be not just copy paste. It's going to have to be, all right, what of these blocks don't actually belong here? So that might be a little bit more trouble than it's worth. But I would love to have something like that. Just a large, already built RPG world that I can just put NPCs in and give people fun quests. Beard party! Party, party, party. Just don't light any fireworks around my beard, please. Okay, that layer's done. Next layer. Oops, oops. You return with some experimental coleslaw. How sad that your experiment failed. Let me guess. Part of your experiment entails Don't tell me. Ground cumin. Let's see here. Last time, oh, she was on earlier today. When someone joins, if they haven't been on for a while, you can go to where their claims are and use a stick to see when the last time they were on is. But if they joined multiple times in one day, then it just overwrites and so it says 0. So I can't tell how long it's been since Verania was on. Yeah. Oh, I have trust again. Oh, okay. Pepper salad. I had salad myself. Let's see here. But yeah. Yeah, basically, I built the castle for Verania, and then I started working on some other projects. And then during the time while I was working on the other projects, so I wouldn't get burnout on working on that castle, something happened with Verania's claims. And not all of them, just some of them. And so it had to be reclaimed, and permissions, when something gets unclaimed, permissions get wiped. So I didn't have the ability to do any building over there, so it's been one of those things that has been just kind of there. Let's see here. I have been waiting to work on that since let's see here. 6 months ago. It happens. And they have massive claims, so it's not like things can just spontaneously go unclaimed. If you have more than 5,000 claim blocks, whether you've spent all of them or not, your stuff will never get unclaimed automatically. So I have no idea what happened, and it wasn't like the area wasn't being visited. It's right along one of the main roads, and also it's I was visiting it periodically just to see if I had been given permission. So it's not like, oh, well, hey, I can get it, hooray! It's not like it was a forgotten claim. So I have no idea. Now it's saying you can't connect to this server. Oh, poor Cuddles. It says that you're on-ish. Maybe see if Junebug can join. See if it's your just your internet in general, or if it's just derping only the Little Cuddles account. I'm just spitballing here. Oh, and they're no longer on. Oh well. Varanya is a Twitch streamer that doesn't stream all the time on Minecraft, at least. I have been wanting to play a couple of games that I own lately, and the last couple of days I have launched Far Sky a few times, but I feel bad if I'm playing a game and not setting up for streaming it. And so instead, I've been pretty much allocating all of my my game time to the stuff that I do stream. or stuff that is in preparation for future streams or videos. And so I have been itching to do something that is not Skyrim, something that is not Minecraft, for a while. And I'm thinking that I might just give that to Fridays. I used to have whatever Wednesdays. And I might do that as well. I might just reinstate whatever Wednesday. But I have so many different projects on so many different things that I don't really allot myself the time to do all of them as well or as often as I would like. And I have to decide between whether or not I feel up to streaming them or am able to stream them, or if it's just something I want to do on my own. And the wrestling match with the, well, if you're going to be playing, you might as well be streaming it, that goes on in my head, it's tough to ignore. But why I'm bringing this up is, I think probably this week, to help relieve some of my stress, I'm going to try to toss in at least one day this week a game that I am not working on for a project. It's just going to be like a one-off little play it on this day and then not play it again for a while, or if it seems that people like it, maybe add it temporarily to the mix, something, I don't know. I've also tossed around the idea of maybe a couple days a week streaming multiple times in one day. So do my normal evening stream and then just have a whatever stream earlier on in the day, just, you know, working on whatever stuff. Or playing some little silly game, like one of the SCP stairwell games. I have tons and tons of games that I would like to play at least once or once again that I think would be fun to stream. I'm just not... I am not allowing myself the opportunity to do so. And so as a result, I just don't play the games. And I'm trying to work something in with the bits or the Stardust or whatever, so that people can help pick what the game for the oddball stream is going to be from a list or something, but it's a long list, and I don't know the easiest way to go about doing it for now. I just blew on the mic, apologies. I have an idea, and that is just make a massive list maybe as a thread in other games or something like that on my Discord. Make a huge, massive list. And then... Well, I mean, I guess I could number the list. And then just make it available for people to just roll the dice and pick the game. That could work. But for sure, once this Menger sponge is done, I'm still going to be doing the rest of the huge projects that I've got going on here. So it's not like even come June when I'm done with this project, assuming that I get this done in June. There's no, there's no guarantee that, well, actually, there is a guarantee. I will not be replacing my stream on here with some other game, because there is still plenty to do on here. And so I guess it'll turn into, instead of being just Menger Monday, it'll be back to Minecraft Monday or something. But I do want to try to get some sort of a routine. And I have lots of other games that I want to play. And I would rather stream them, but it's just, I don't have the hours in the day to do all the stuff that I want to do. So I'm sort of just talking about this out loud to organize my thoughts, but I'm also... I would like to do more than I'm doing, but a lot of that brain freedom is going to be driven by not having to spend all of my mental energy on setting up the procedures for the refugee to regent and setting up stuff for the Skyrim and all that other kind of jazz. Once I get those things figured out, I can sort of relax a little and just, you know, play games. Now, another part of the reason why I'm wanting to get the routine in place is that I also want to free up time for me to finish editing and continue writing and stuff like that. So I guess largely what I'm trying to work out in my head right now is that I have a lot of projects and tasks that I am doing and that I want to do, and I need to work some sort of balance so that they can all get addressed. Yeah, just don't over stress out again. Yeah, no kidding. I think what really tipped the scale was I was trying to figure out how to grow on YouTube while also trying to figure out how I was going to incorporate more videos and try to maintain the work every single day of every single week and have a different stream for each day of the week and all that kind of stuff. I was trying to maintain that level of busy, and my body just eventually said, no. How's about the opposite of that, please? So that's also another thing I need to take into account with all this is I don't want to stress myself out. Hopefully come February, I will be able to get something set up so that I can be on something for the anxiety. That way I can stop having the constant and slow rolling panic attacks. Oh, empty. Because they are no bueno. So I'll pose a question to you guys, since you guys are probably likely to be watching it anyway. What would you rather see me working on? Polishing out the Refugee to Regent stuff? Or trying to write code for making the random Skyrim character generator thing? So you are flip a coin. I'm sure Cuddles is flip a coin. Nope, it's all the way down at the bottom. I will not rescue that one. When I was working down there, if I dropped something on the ground, I would go after it. But I'm all the way up here, man. I'm so far away that it's not worth it. The amount of effort and time it'll take to go rescue one loose, a fallen chiseled deep slate. It is cheaper resources and time and just mental energy to just make new ones than to go chase one that has fallen. I will not take your advice with a grain of salt. I will take your advice with a grain of vinegar. I won't let you take my vinegar. The sound of drinking intensifies. The code. So we have either or We have neither. And then we have the code. So the code for the Skyrim. And so it shall be. Probably. Ah, this is the torch level. I do know that when it comes down to the oddball games, I don't want it to be games that I will be doing elsewise on my streams and videos. So I have a lot of games that are planned to be in the sequence. I have a lot of different ideas for how I'm going to maybe even incorporate some other ones, but the ones that I want to play will tend to be stuff that doesn't really fit well with the rest of my stream plans. So maybe some scare games, maybe some puzzle games that I either have or have not done yet. Maybe some I don't know, action shooters. I haven't played Serious Sam in a seriously long time. There are like tons of games that I enjoy and tons of games that I'm sure I will enjoy that I have to choose from. And so I want to make sure that they are ones that I won't be including elsewhere. Both of you? Okay. Where is your body? Or where is your body supposed to be? You were working at the sponge. Let me finish this ring and I'll go look. I presume you were working at the down below. Last I saw you were maybe in this area. Yeah, there you are. And I can move you. Up and away. That's why I said you need to, with your with the same client, you need to join that Windcraft. That way it resets your token. I sent you the link in Discord. Because you can't join... Oh, you did? And it still didn't reset your token? That's really weird. It's like oddly strange. Because by going to a different server with the same version, it forces a token reset. As I understand it, anyway. And plus, you rebooted your computer. That is bizarre. You haven't perchance gotten an email saying that you have an attempted login from a strange point of origin. Yeah, you completely logged off when you rebooted. You were no longer on the list. Oh, now you're gone. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. You've been having a lot of connectivity things going on lately. And it isn't just on Minecraft. You've been saying you've been having connectivity issues all over. Your internet's still the same that it used to be, right? Like with the advent of the new roommate. there hasn't been some sort of change that might be affecting this, is there? Ah, okay. It was just a thought. I think it's hilarious. Homie's over there. Head slowly going beep, 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 beep. As I'm building. Put a block in front of his face. Uh-oh, can't see. Float! Place a chisel deep slate. These aren't my glasses. I'm reminded of the meme that just it says air horn sound, and then moments later another air horn sound. This is not my deodorant. So next Friday is due to be the first Friday for like the past month, I think, when we don't have some sort of thing scheduled. No car appointment, no dentist appointment, nothing else, no plans. It's just a Friday. And when I brought this up, she said, what do you want to do? I said, honestly, sleep in for once. Because we haven't been able to for at least a month. I'm sure that's another thing that's been contributing to my stress is I haven't been actually getting weekends. Ah. Layer done. Torches. Now, because all of these will be getting another layer put on right on top of them, these only need to get the single round of torches. Okay. That is 9 shulkers emptied today. Actually, I think one of them was just a partial. I should be able to get 10 shulkers a day. It's probably going to end up averaging a little less, which means I'm going to have to work a little bit more. But what I can do is make a goal of 10 shulkers a day and maybe stream a little longer. I think I'm going to sit down with a calculator and a calendar and figure out exactly how many blocks I need to place on average per day in order to get this done by June 30th. And I'm going to not assume. Ooh, Swiss cheese. I'm going to not assume that Cuddles will be able to help all the time or any of the time. I will just make the assumption that for the math, it's me doing all the block placing, and then anything that helps accelerate it is just a boon. You have bad news. The bad news is you no longer have Swiss cheese. You have obtained it and now it is gone. Yes, I knew that that was going to be the bad news. Well, I have good news. Good for me, anyway. I have Swiss cheese in the refrigerator right now. "24 slices of it." And this isn't baby Swiss. This is good old normal American Swiss. I appreciate you offering to help, Cuddles, but for the math, I have to assume that it is an average of one person working. Well, never mind. I rescued it. Ooh. Oh, man. My wrist just slightly shifted. Ow. That was uncomfortable. All right. I haven't needed to wear my wrist brace lately. I think I'm past the need for it. That's nice. It took almost as long for my wrist to feel good, about 2/3 as long for my wrist to feel good enough as it did for my foot to feel good enough. I still don't know exactly what happened to my wrist, though. I'm pretty sure that I slept with it, like, curled up or something, and it just overextended by me moving or something. But, boy, it felt the same kind of sharp pull pain as when I had to misstep to avoid squashing my cat when he was a kitten and walking underfoot. That was about 4 months worth of wrist brace. Do not recommend. Zero out of 10. Would not pain again. What's frustrating about it is I still don't have all the mobility back. Like, I can't put my left wrist as far down as I can put my right wrist down. Even with no pain, like there's a little tension or whatever, but it doesn't hurt. But I can't use my muscles to put my wrist in the same position as my other hand. So I hope I didn't do something permanent. But the good news is it is no longer a pain. Hello. So that's something at least. Whoops. Oh! So one of the YouTubers that I'm subscribed to is Civi11. And he covers a whole bunch of boomer shooters. Wolfenstein 3D and that sort of stuff, Doom. You know, the classic stuff and more modern versions and whatnot. And he just recently put up a video of a game that I was aware of and then totally forgot existed. And I don't know how I never managed to add it to my personal library. But I have always been a fan of Wolfenstein, even before it was Wolfenstein 3D. I loved all of the Wolfenstein franchise, even the more modern stuff, where it's the alternate timeline and it's the new graphics and stuff. Still fun. Some of it a little on the railsy for me, but still fun. There's a game called simply Wolfenstein that happened before? I'm not sure timeline wise. It very closely resembles Return to Castle Wolfenstein, but it has a lot more, let's say, magic to it. All of the Wolfenstein games have some sort of magic element to them. Wolfenstein 3D, it was very limited. The ghosts or the I don't even know if there were ghosts or whatever, avatars, something like that shoot the fireballs, and then the joke Pac-Man level, but I mean it's there, so I mean they are creatures, so I consider them as being canon. But in Return to Castle Wolfenstein, I felt it was just the right balance of occult for the game. I mean, there was the ghosts and there was the French guy, I think, the big bad at the end. But largely, it was just kind of a thing that was there, but it wasn't the main element of the game. But this game, the Wolfenstein game, right off the bat, it incorporates the mystical abilities. And as you go through the game, if you're not using these abilities to their fullest, you're just simply not going to win. Like, the game is designed so that you must use these abilities. And it gives me the same vibe as the much more recent Doom game. The 2016 Doom, I think that was 2016, was a very fun, great game. And as long as you kind of just never sat still, at least on normal difficulty, you'd stand a pretty good chance of beating it. I mean, some of the bosses you need to go, Okay, well, fine. Now I know he does that trick. Haha, joke's on me. Now I can beat him. But, with this game, it feels like the same sort of vibe as the next Doom game that came out feels, where it says, alright, not only do you have to keep moving, but also you have to use these special abilities, you have to switch weapons, you have to pump stats into your weaponry to boost it, and you have to do all this stuff. You can't just fly by the seat of your pants and just beat the game by sprinting everywhere and just bullet hosing. There's actual strategy, and wouldn't you know, it's made by Ravensoft. And I totally forgot that the game existed. It was an Activision game as opposed to id Software. And so I didn't get it in any of my bundles or anything like that. So I don't actually own this game, but watching it, it looks pretty fun, but some of it seems a little tedious. Now, I judge tedium in a different way, I suppose, than most people, says the person building a giant Menger cube. But I appreciate that some games that force you to have to constantly be moving all the time and just go, 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 go. Here's no time for pausing and just do the thing, go. I appreciate that there's a market for those sorts of games. But with this game specifically, while there is that go, 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 go mentality, you also do not move fast. Eventually you can get a perk that allows you to sometimes move a little faster, but the game, as fun as it looks, it feels like it is... It feels like you're walking at the speed of the NPC in an escort quest. If that explains it well enough. It just, I don't know. It feels tedious in a way of having to put too much work into getting the result. Let's get a drink. And I did remember to top off my cup before my stream, so that's good. Although with as much as I'm drinking it, who knows. However, it is getting closer to midnight, so it may be able to last me all the way. We'll see. I'll go see what time it is when I'm done with this layer. Oh, I should ask, Elmaze. Do you have feet in any chats that could potentially be ending soon? I don't recognize that name. The king name. I know the other two. Yeah, I did just see your responses show up. Yeah, it's looking like I could pretty easily hammer out 10 shulkers in a session. No problem. Oh, that is their actual... Oh, of course, that's their actual name because their nickname doesn't show up on the tab. Okay. I've always wondered. Now I know. There's the Elmay's head. Could not hurt to ask. So, as Elmaze continues drifting ever more upward as I'm building, I am reminded of, like in D&D, when you cast levitation on something, and it just, you know, slowly drifts away like a little helium balloon. And I'm reminded of when your party is confronted with crossing a river, there's lots of ways to solve the issue. Looking for bridges up or downstream, building a bridge yourself, trying to teleport, but I think the most fun one is what has been described as the Gang of Jesus with party balloons. You take the ones that can do water walking, and then you take the ones that can do levitation and cast them on the ones that can't do water walking, and tie them to a rope, and then everyone just walks across the river, across the top of the water, towing behind all the people and other gear that can't walk on water. And watching Elmaze just slowly reminded me of that. Because whenever in chat, whenever you see him go, Elmaze is no longer AFK, it probably means he's a little bit higher up. Ooh, it didn't say he's no longer AFK. He must not have moved far enough. Hello, party balloon. You have made questionable sandwich. Oh no. Is this sandwich minus Swiss cheese? Because you pre-ate the Swiss cheese before you made the sandwich? Oh, paragraph sandwich. Bread, aged Swiss, cumin, the workaround. Turmeric, horseradish, sour cream, and onion popcorn seasoning powder. I digested it as a single item. Sour cream and onion popcorn seasoning powder. Okay. Mexican blend cheese. Nacho cheese popcorn seasoning. Microwave. That's a lot of salt, man. That's a lot of salt. Num num. Wait. Bread, Swiss. So it's just a cheese sandwich with some sprinkles. Am I right about this? There's no meat, it's just a cheese sandwich? Well, of course it worked out amazingly. Your body just gives you all the rewards for lots of salt. Well, the temporary rewards anyway. Brain goes, yes, this tastes good. Put in mouthful. The reason why we like umami stuff is because it reminds us of us. It tastes like our needs. And so all those umami flavors give lots of reward chemicals to the brain. Clearing your sinuses? Really? Nacho cheese popcorn seasoning. Well, the nacho cheese popcorn. Oh, the horseradish. Forgot about that ingredient. Yep, that'll do it. So, when I was a kid, my uncle lived in... I forgot the town in Illinois, but it is called the horseradish capital of the USA. And I asked around, like we went to a gas station and I asked my uncle, I asked my dad. I asked where I might be able to get some local horseradish sauce, because I like horseradish. It's tasty. It's like horseradish and roast beef were meant for each other, among other things. But I asked around, and during my visit, I could not, for the life of me, I could not get my hands on some horseradish from the horseradish capital of the USA. I couldn't do it. Kind of frustrating, actually. All right, so this is... Oh... 9 layers to go. Going to... I'll see about putting up this layer. And then finishing things off. Well, even more, that's like going to Idaho and not finding potatoes. Or going to Wisconsin and not finding any cheese whatsoever. It felt wrong. Because I was asked around, and the consensus was, you know what? I don't know. Well, wouldn't it be your job? Like, you would think that people who wanted to profit off of the gimmick of being the horseradish capital of the USA would tell local gas stations, hey, if anyone comes asking for some horseradish sauce, here's my number or my address. Send them my way. Whoa, hey, what? What was that? What just happened? I feel violated. But it definitely feels like one of those things that should be a known quantity. Hello, yes, I am visiting the horseradish capital of the USA. Please direct me towards some horseradish. Oh. Oh, fat lot of good that does. Wait. Okay, so I have, when it comes to the subject of sauces and toppings and things, I have experimented with mixing and matching different kinds of things. And one time I got the wild bug to mix some non-standard things together that when you hear them instinctively you're gonna go, oh no. But hear me out. Guacamole is a often spicy, but either way for sure green paste that goes well with spicy foods very often, and it is an easily identified green sauce. Wasabi is also a green paste that is spicy, much spicier, that you would find typically in Asian cuisine, whereas the guacamole is like, you know, Mexican cuisine. And what I realized is wasabi tastes great with almost any kind of fish you can throw at it. Trout, tuna, salmon, doesn't matter. It tastes great with virtually any kind of fish. But guacamole also tastes good with many kinds of fish. In particular, salmon. And so I decided to mix the two together using my own recipe, not taking bottle of guacamole, bottle of wasabi, mix, stir. I actually made my own. And it turned out pretty good. I called it guacasabe. And it made it so you don't have to add hardly anything else to the fish at all. It was nice clip. It was very tasty. And now I'm thinking along the same lines regarding the horseradish. Horseradish is a nice spicy sauce. It'll clear your sinuses pretty quick. I'm wondering if there is a spicy white sauce that is not horseradish, that is more, I guess, maybe Asian cuisine kind of origin, that might, you know, be used as sea horseradish. Because, honestly, horseradishes have little to do with horses. So the sea horseradish wouldn't necessarily have much to do with seahorses, other than just being similarly named. The wasabi that I get comes straight from J International Food and will make your eyes bleed if you forget to wash your hands. And I have to grind that stuff up. Oh, this store also had just like it was snack wasabi peas. Just straight up snacks, like a bag of wasabi peas that you just munch on as snacks. And I used to eat them all the time. And I had them when I was working at the game shop. And someone was pestering me for a handful of whatever I was snacking on. I said, I probably wouldn't like it. He said, I like most things. Okay, it's a little spicy. That's all right. I have never seen regret spell itself so clearly on someone's face as when they popped it in their mouth, chewed 2 or 3 times, and were just nodding their head, and then stopped dead. And then it was just their face contorting into all these emotions and unspoken words, and you know that they wanted to just bleh. But then they muscled through it. Nostril Dragon Unleashed. But they later came back and they said, you could have warned me. I said, I did say it was a little spicy. And he said, you didn't say it was like wasabi. And also, why are you just eating wasabi? Because it tastes good. Why do you eat things? Ah. I love food. Food is yummy. Most food is yummy. Same reason you drink vinegar. It tastes good. Mmm, kimchi. Kimchi cabbage. Kimchi can go one of two ways, depending where you get it, honestly. Like, I've gotten to the point where if I'm ever going to have kimchi again, it's gonna be from the international food or from an Asian restaurant made as authentically as possible with what ingredients they have access to here. Because I have been all excited for going, ooh boy, kimchi, kimchi. I'm gonna have this kimchi, and then it's the store-bought quote kimchi, and I bite into it and I go, oh. It's like Amerikimchi. Full of sadness. The only thing that makes it taste okay is the fact that they drown it in salt. All right, let's see here. It is 12:08, so yeah, I'm just going to finish this level. It shouldn't take an enormous amount of time. But I didn't want to stop early. Oh, I suppose I could have worked on the glass over there. Over somewhere. Over that way. But, meh. This needs to be built. And I don't like leaving a layer partly finished. I do know that after the stream, I'm going to be hopping into voice on the Discord and just chilling. I'm sure Elmaze is probably going to be joining as well. I might start working on maybe some refugee to region paperwork. I do need to get that done. Brianna suggested that I work on the coding. You could go either way. Cuddles said, play a different game. And while I would love to do that, I I really do want to get these projects done. I don't like just deferring to another project while I've got something looming. The sooner I can get to, I'm done stressing over the planning, the better. That's partly actually why I went ahead and made sure that my video editing software worked by assembling that one meme that I sent you, Emma Elmays, whatever. Because that's something that's been bouncing around in my head for a long time. And I finally decided I need to make this happen. At least to get the start of it done. And then I can add more to it later. I just realized something. Okay, so while I am doing my exercise bike routine, I have to hold my tablet in my hands, and after a while it gets pretty uncomfortable, to say the least. After half an hour of just holding my hand stock still so that I can watch the screen, it's unpleasant. And I've been trying to think of something that I could add to the to the exercise bike so that I can just go hands-free, put my hands on the handles or whatever, and not have to worry about it. And it just occurred to me, I might be able to just get one of those bicycle baskets that you put on your handlebars and get it to work on the exercise bike. And just put the thing in the exercise bike basket. So I'm going to actually make a little, okay, now come on. I'm gonna make a new tab here and go bike handle basket. And then I could just modify that to hold my tablet. I think that would work just nicely. Cause holding that still, it's unpleasant. And this way I could also be looking forward instead of down. Because as much as I understand that symmetrics is a great way to build endurance in your muscles, holding your hands or your arms out with even the slightest amount of weight for an extended amount of time, or even no weight sometimes, it's very difficult to do. It's not symmetrics I'm going for, and my arms get really wobbly, and I don't like it. So I'm going to be looking into a handlebar basket. Questionable Sandwich 2.0 has been birthed, or have you simply added to Questionable Sandwich 1.0? Is this a patch or is this a whole new product? Because if you add it to the original, I would make it be version like 1.5. But if it's a whole new sandwich, sure, I could justify a 2.0 on that one. But now with kimchi. Any kind of special kimchi or just, you know, kimchi TM? Ah, and mozzarella. Well, it definitely sounds like one of the sandwiches of all time. Oh, I saw the garlic. And feta, I saw that. Also, how are you doing the feta? Did you just like sprinkle it onto the sandwich like another seasoning, or do you somehow have magical feta that you can like cheese slice? Crumble chunks, okay. Well, of course, microwaved. I mean, almost all sandwiches are better with a little bit of zapping. Take a PB&J sandwich, pop it in the microwave for 10 seconds. Whole new sandwich. Grilled feta doesn't hold up well. I would not suggest it. It would help mitigate the soggy bread. Sure. If we hadn't gotten that cold snap, I would be living on some bread soup. Ooh, I can make bread soup and bread pudding. Ooh. Taste test results. Cheese. Bam! Cheese! Wait, do I have a sponge? Cheese. Wait, what was up here? Why do I have a gap? Tasty cheese. It's not just cheese, it's tasty cheese. Soggy bread, yucky. Yes, indeed. Now, as long as you've got a fork, soggy biscuits are good. Especially if it's soggy hello. Tasty cheese. Don't accidentally place it. Especially if the biscuits are soggy because of like gravy or butter. I just remembered something glorious. I've got rolls, butter, and some sausages. I know what I'm having for dinner. Rolls need to get eaten anyway. These sausages have cheese in them. They have cheese. They're like breakfast sausage things. They're like mini brats, actually. They are like mini brats. I can think of a situation in which normal bread is perfectly acceptable to me in the soggy form. If it is soggy because it is drenched in egg yolk, like an egg and cheese sandwich. The more I'm talking about food, the more I'm reminded that I have food. Your mom's a little overzealous with butter. Have you ever tried making grilled cheese with mayo instead of butter? Give me that. Thank you. I was very resistant to it at first. And then my wife insisted, instead of using butter, use mayonnaise. And it grills just fine, but the flavor profile is significantly different. But since the mayonnaise is like an egg-based thing, oops, it goes really nice with like breakfast grilled stuff or any other kind of grilled sandwich that egg would go well with. Mayonnaise goes well with as the grilling material. Oh, gunpowder. Wait, I didn't kill that creeper. Okay. 3 more rings. 3 rings, a ding a ding ding. Oops. And after these 3 rings, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Oh, that's what looked wrong. I need to go like that and like so. There we go. I fixed it. Not only am I hungry, but apparently my cats are hungry too. They sure do know that it's past midnight. I hear Pandora at the door. Meow, 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 meow. All right, last ring. Ah, layer complete. Oh, ouch. Ah. Let's see what that looks like from down here. Wow. Almost, man. Almost. 8 more layers and that'll be done. And then I get to work on 3 at once. And I won't be able to do nearly as many layers per stream once I get up above there. Because I'll be doing 3 times as many cubes. So if I can do 9 layers now, I'll only be able to do like 3 layers. But, oh man. A lot of progress. A lot of progress. Definitely want to replace these blocks with glass so that they can be seen through, because I don't like this. We'll see how it goes. But I am going to go ahead and wrap things up. So let me switch over to the talking head. And do a little bit of an outro. Let's also see if anyone is... No. No one really to speak of. I mean, I don't know what Zarek is streaming. Huh. Pal World. Oh. I guess I could probably do a little raid over to Zacharon. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. So thank you guys ever so very much for all of your time and your conversation and your company and everything else. It really does help me a lot to be able to get things done. I would still be working on my projects whether or not I was streaming, but this just feels more impactful to be able to do it alongside you guys. It feels like I'm hanging out in the living room, chatting on the couch, and like we're just sharing a pizza or something, and we're just hanging out. And I love that. It feels nice. And I'm so glad to be able to do it with you guys. Pizza, yes indeed. So thank you, absolutely. And again, also thank the people who are helping support me through Patreon. Elmace Levins, Augment Infinium, Sean Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero for making it possible for me to multi-stream. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here on Twitch. Thank you for the new Twitch followers, whether you're watching or not. Thank you and welcome to the crew. And if you are watching over on Twitch, remember I have a YouTube. Go subscribe over there. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you're following over on Twitch. Go both ways. Like the video over on YouTube. Comment if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions. Leave them in the comment section. Or you can also message me over on Discord. I have a link to my Discord down below, and you can come over and hang out. We typically are just lurking around and just chatting and sharing memes and hundreds of YouTube videos and all kinds of stuff. Mostly nerdy things are going on over there. But if you would like to help support my channel. I have links to my Streamlabs and Patreon down below, as well as my membership for YouTube, and additionally I have my 2 books that you could buy if you want, and another book coming soon. So there's lots of ways you can say, hey, I like this guy, I'm going to throw him a buck or two. So there's choices for you. But I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. Either it's going to be working on the Refugee to Regent busy work, or it's going to be working on the Skyrim busy work, probably coding the program for generating the random characters for when it just works. We'll see how that goes. But same time as always, 7:30 until about midnight-ish. And then we'll see what happens after midnight. But yeah, that's basically going to be it for me for today. Thank you guys once again ever so very much for your time and company. I absolutely appreciate it. Let's go over to actually I need to go let's see here for the raid. Greetings, fellow space traveler. I discovered that traveler with 2 L's is the British way of typing it, and the American way is 1 L. So it's actually, it can go either way. So let's go with raid, and it's at Hackeron. There we go. So I'm going to set up the raid. Thank you once again for watching. This is Thorn of Night, and I will talk to you later. See you over at Zach.